Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you. I apologize that this is such a late stream, at least for me. I normally start about an hour earlier. But, today was... Things have not been going my way, for a little while now. Not that they particularly ever have. But, yeah. Today was a day. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you are all doing well this evening. Welcome in, Astrowolf. Thank you for the first time chat, by the way. And to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know if I'm the person that was being referred to. I don't know if I count as a femboy. I don't necessarily intend to, but I mean, I guess I can see how I would be seen that way. And I don't know, do I moan when I stretch? But welcome in. Thank you for the redeems, everybody. Thank you for the no hat, Bolgay. Welcome in. Welcome in, Mari. Welcome in, Alandria. Welcome in, Shuri. Welcome in, Sally. Did I miss anybody? I think I got everybody. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the hydrate. Yes, I am existing off of an energy drink again. Because I only got 2 hours of sleep. So... I'm counting on this drink to keep me awake for stream. And all of you, of course. Yes, I did say hi to Alandria. At least I believe I did. Okay, yes. Good, good, good. Also, yeah, I guess... thank you for the stretch. Let me do that. I was actually slouching a bit too. Let me fix that. Okay. Alright. My bad, I'm the one that's not listening now. Okay, he was kind of right. Does that count? I don't know, I always stretch, I always stretch really hard, so... Now I'm going to be more, what do you call it, like, aware of it, I guess. Kidnap chat and send them to the bottom of the sea. Why would you want to do that? They're great. Welcome in, Navajo. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Plus I DM'd you. Okay, hold on. Let me check that Bolgay. Because now you have me worried. And let me go ahead and give that a read. Well, goddamn. You know what? I think that's a valid point, and if you were to get in trouble for that, I think it would say more about the company that you work for. I will say that much. So yeah, I would probably say maybe you didn't go hard enough. Because you certainly have a right to. And you know what? I'm glad that you spoke up about it. I'm glad that you spoke up about it. It's the most polite of questions. How is the weather? It's actually, well, right now, it's pretty nice. In terms of, like, just the overall clarity of everything today. It was nice, clear skies and everything. As far as the heat, it was disgusting, and it still kind of is. I actually just had to step outside a little bit ago, and it was... There's like a heat cloud that just clings to you. It's horrible. Purple, welcome in. Thank you for the 110 stream streak. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. I hope you know you're beautiful and your voice is hot. Thank you. Thank you, Purple. Oh, I get to play Signalis now. I just claimed it as part of the PlayStation Plus monthly games for August. Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely play that, Astro Wolf. Signalis is a fantastic game. Definitely, if you are a fan of old school survival horror type games, you're gonna like Signalis. It also has some sapphic elements to it. It's a pretty good game. I think you'll like it. It is one I always highly recommend to people who enjoy horror. I think that's called humidity. Yeah. Yeah, me and humidity do not get along. I hate humidity more than I think I hate the direct heat, which is saying something because I hate the heat immensely. If I lied to you, you would know, so I'm gonna be honest, I'm hurting so bad. I'm sorry to hear that, Purple. I really am. And I hope you feel better soon. But yeah, Bulgay, I think you said the right thing. You have a lot of room to say even more, in my opinion, even though I know that, with the way things are, they probably don't view it that way, but, if we're gonna be completely honest, especially given the connotation of the, situation, fuck them. Let's just, call it what it is here. You have more than enough leeway to say what you said. Got a twisted muscle and pulled a muscle in my back. Just rocking it. Hey Dandy, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm once again existing off of a energy drink, so I can definitely use a hydrate. Yes, welcome in. How are you doing this evening? Also, my cold is back, so I sound horrible. I think you just need... You need a sizable amount of time off and to just pamper yourself. I'm gonna turn you to a state-of-the-art cyborg. You know, probably not a bad idea at this point. Oh geez, the stream is gonna be a barrel full of monkeys. Welcome in, artist. How are you doing? This stream is gonna be some real monkey business. Yes, we're gonna get up to a lot of that. Yeah, it's good to see you. Hope you are doing well this evening. And then Entomb said cyborg and bubble wrap and packing peanuts. Yeah. And that the packing paper too. Definitely not overkill at all. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well this evening. Let me see. There was a Fire Emblem Direct today that I watched. And I don't know how many of you play Fire Emblem in the chat. Or enjoy strategy RPGs, but I love Fire Emblem. And I'm very excited for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. It looks really good. It seems to be... I don't know if it's going to be a prequel or a sequel to Three Houses. but it's definitely intended to be in the same, like, storyline. And Fire Emblem Three Houses is a fantastic game. I cannot recommend it enough. Very, very much excited for it. The cast looks really, really good. Please just don't go bananas on stream. Well, you know what? I may not now that I finished that water level. Oh my god. I am so happy to be done with that water level. I think I only need to go grab maybe a few extra spare golden bananas. But that level is really starting to grate on me, so I'm happy to be out of there. Now watch the next one somehow be worse. If you beat Donkey Kong 64, Adrian will become a top-level champion. Only if I get the, what do you call it, only if I 100% the game, which is most definitely not gonna happen. Too many collectibles. Has to be a sequel because the goddess aged up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I saw some people arguing that it still could be a prequel for some reason, but I didn't really see the reasoning behind it, but I'm thinking it's a sequel too. And then wrap the box in a layer of paper mache, duct tape, paper mache again, then shrink wrap the whole package and mail it to the warehouse from Indiana Jones. Yes. Yes, most definitely. Does Donkey Kong wear an apron when he grills his bananas? You know, that's a good question. And now, now I can't help but imagine that visual. Now I cannot help but, see that. Oh, well, that sounds so bad. I was expecting to put him in a box, then put that box in another box, and then that box in a bigger box. Mail it to yourself. No hammer, so... Bolgay, I understood that reference. I thank you guys for making me laugh. I did need that. Today was... exhausting. Very, very exhausting. And as I've said, this whole week has been so tiring. That is an understatement. It's just been one thing after another. And, combining that with the lack of sleep has not been a winning combination, to put it mildly. So, yeah. I think even with the energy drink, you can probably hear how tired I am. But it is what it is. The latest Donkey Kong game for Switch 2 came out in April. It's PK's favorite mod. I love how quick on the draw you are with these artists. Nah, fam, I can't watch them at all times. I need the kind of security and oversight that comes from a government black site. Adrian, we need to get you some joy and whimsy and like a week's worth of sleep. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably use a little bit of both. Donkey Kong's journey in his games is a real AP. This is true. This is true. Bit of a side tangent, but I cannot say enough how glad I am that I got this separate chat app for Twitch. It really does allow me to see all of you guys' messages a lot faster and reply much easier too. It's amazing how laggy the regular native chat is on Twitch. I don't know if any other streamers in the chat also deal with that problem, but yeah, this is helping me a lot. Can't recommend it enough. It's like the more you do this, the more you start to find little ways to make this easier. And I kind of fiddled around with OBS and found out what the problem was yesterday when I was trying to put the image of Cladrian up, and for whatever reason, I guess in the latest Twitch update, they changed it to where when you go to add a new source to your OBS thing, instead of the regular menu that would pop up, it now tries to open it, at least for me, on my main monitor, and it's like all off to the side. So you really have no way of accessing it. So you have to shrink the window by like pinching it from the side in order to get access to the top, so you can actually move it. Otherwise, it pretty much opens off screen, and then you can't do anything with it, which is so stupid. I don't know why they did that. And there's like no way to pick where you want it to open. Which really sucks. But go figure with OBS. Okay, artist, enough monkeying around. For Santa Claus, DK keeps his chimp and equally. The favorite seafood dish of DK? Fish and chimps. Cladrian for president. I'd have more puns worthy of your applause. I still can't get over the little Cladrian doll. It is so adorable. For anybody that did not see that yesterday, one of my viewers over on YouTube actually made a little clay doll of me that I've been calling Cladrian. It's adorable, and it does pop up in the little carousel of images in the top right. So if you want to see him, you just keep looking up there, and he does appear. He's very, very cute. And you know, it does make me realize how cool it would be to have like physical merch and stuff. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, and I would like to make that happen. But I guess we'll see. Hello, Dark. Welcome in. I like doing this for all of you that stream here in my chat. Yeah, if you guys don't follow Dark Weaver, please give her a follow. She is a great streamer with a wonderful sense of comedic timing, and very, very fun to watch. I was watching her play Resident Evil 0 earlier. It's always a good time. I was laughing earlier when you were playing Dark, and you were worried about the monkeys entering the one area, and instead it was hunters. It's like a no-win situation. I remember when I played through that part the first time, and I was like, fuck me. Anyway, Simon Novak should be streaming later. I'm practicing my puns for him. I'm sure it will be apparent his love for bad jokes. You know, I think he loves them more than he lets on. I think he loves them more than he lets on. Yep, not sure if I prefer hunters or monkeys at this point. To be honest, I probably prefer the hunters. The monkeys, which are actually called eliminators, they are such a pain in the ass. And thank you for the check-in and the hydrate, artist. Don't get me wrong, they're both bad, but the eliminators are they're worse because they take 1,000 bullets, and they hunt in larger packs, and they're also smaller, so they're harder to hit, and they're faster than hunters. At least hunters are a big enough target that you can kind of shoot them out of the air. Oh, thank you for the second hydrate. Like I said, I've got an energy drink here with me, so it is helping me to stay awake, so I'm using that to hydrate. At least till I run out. Yep, in all honesty, at least hunters you can deal with, but monkeys are so quick and fast, yeah. Yeah, the eliminators are just a massive pain in the ass. They're one of the biggest annoyances in the old school Resident Evil games, in my opinion. And that is not me underestimating hunters at all. I honestly think that the hunters in the original RE3 are probably the most dangerous that they've ever been. Compared to in the first game and RE0. Not that they're not bad there, especially on higher difficulties. But in the original RE3, I don't know if you've ever played the original RE3, Dark. But in the original RE3, they don't have a cooldown on their attacks, so they can just kind of keep juggling you. So, like, if you notice, the hunters in the remake in RE0, like, they can keep attacking you, but, like, there's a little bit of a period after they hit you where they'll kind of, like, do their little war cry and stuff like that. And it's like a little cooldown, so you can, you know, go into your inventory, heal, or take aim. But in the original RE3, they're just broken. And they have no cooldown whatsoever. Oh no, Artist is in ad jail. Capable is Adrian regarding DK64. I do wish that I was more capable. I do think I got one-shotted or near to full health one-shot by a hunter in RE1, so it's not like I'm a massive fan, but I feel like I know I can go about them a lot better than the monkeys. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, hunters are a pain to deal with, but the eliminators are like, even if you are a very skilled RE0 player, they're still hard to plan around. Not that I would ever claim to be a skilled RE0 player, but they're just a pain. I don't think I've ever seen someone not complain about the eliminators. Antagonist from She-Ra and the Princess of Power, which is a 30-something guy, I can heartily recommend. Also follow. Thank you for following Dark, Cherry. I always say this, but I love seeing you guys support each other. That means more to me than you guys realize. It is super freaking cool to me to see you guys all supporting one another like this. Welcome back from Agile Artist, and also welcome in, Sally. Did someone say hunters? Yes. Yes, Dark Weaver was playing RE0 earlier, and, yeah, she had her first experience with the hunters, in that game. So we were talking about them versus the monkeys, the eliminators, and how much we hate them. But yes, welcome back from Agile Artist. But the favorite fruit of DK is actually not bananas, it's apricots. Can you imagine that? I feel like that would be some kind of like Mandela effect fact. You know? Which actually makes me wonder, for those of you that know what the Mandela effect is, do you have any personal Mandela effect? And for those of you that don't know what the Mandela effect is, although I'm sure most of you probably know, because it's certainly been talked about enough. But yeah, the Mandela effect is basically a phenomenon in which you strongly remember something either existing or existing in a certain fashion, only to find out that it's wrong. And it's named that because apparently there was a huge phenomenon of people who remembered Nelson Mandela actually passing away much, much earlier than he actually did. who were shocked when he actually did pass away. And that ended up becoming the name of the phenomenon. But there's all kinds of examples of it. Like people remembering Pikachu having a black tip to his tail when he doesn't. The spelling of the Berenstain or Berenstain Bears. Things like that. Or certain products, logos. Like, one for me is definitely the Fruit of the Loom logo. I remember the cornucopia. So it's very, very weird to me that it's apparently never been there. But yeah, things like that. But I always think it's fun to hear about the things that people could have sworn was true. That actually turned out to not be the case. This stream will surely become ape pawing. We should leave before then. I mean, you know what, artist? You may not be wrong depending on how this next area goes. I actually don't know where we're gonna go now that I got another key. Yeah, people still get angry when I say Looney Tunes. Yeah, it feels like it makes sense because of Merry Melodies. Oh, well, actually, no. It makes sense because of Merry Melodies that it's T-U-N-E-S, right? But it feels like it would make sense for it to be T-O-O-N-S because it's a cartoon. The Mandela effect is where you draw a mandala with sand, and when you wipe it away, the world changes fundamentally. You know? The idea that everything is all screwed up, time-wise, would make so much sense with how much reality sucks. The wishful thinking. Many apes are associated with Amazon. They're known as primates. I would say that there are indeed many apes that work in the upper management of Amazon, but that is an insult to a very intelligent species of animals. And I can assure you that the upper management at Amazon is definitely not intelligent. We all know the trigger of chaos in this reality was Harambe's death. It is funny how that all seemed to line up. The trigger isn't Chrono. Okay, that's a good one, artist. The joke being the similarity between the words Mandela and Mandala. Ah, I see. That's good. Also, I'm not quite on the follower size of you, but I did intend to do a shout out for you as well earlier, but forgot at the heat of the moment. Not used to being relevant enough, but I did want to give back, as I honestly appreciate everything, Adrian, just let alone all the help, hints, and tricks. Hey, it's no problem, and you know, it's so weird, like, reading that, because I really don't consider myself to be a particularly large streamer at all. But I do understand everything is kind of, like, relative, you know, to perspective and stuff like that. But yeah, it's absolutely no worries. You don't need to worry about that. I like hanging out in your streams, you know. I don't expect anything like that, so it's totally fine. But thank you for saying so. That really does make me happy. But DK often gets through to his family through the grapevine. For some reason, I feel like that one would mortally wound Simon. I don't know, something about that one in particular feels like it would deal critical damage. But yeah, you are doing great, Dark. And you're doing wonderful. I know I've already said it, but yeah, you have great comedic timing, and the way that you are able to convey your personality through TTS is very impressive. It's one of those things that I feel like, you know, some people would consider like a bit of a hurdle, but you do such a great job with using it, and your timing, you're so fast with it and stuff that yeah, it's not at all, it never feels like some kind of hurdle or whatever. It's really, really impressive. How does DK open a banana? He always needs a monkey. Back in college, there were some Buddhist monks that came by and drew a mandala with colored sand in one of the buildings on campus. It took them 3 days. They left it out for the rest of the week, and a lot of people took pictures. But I didn't, because I figured if it was meant to be permanent, they would have made it so. That's a really, pretty way of thinking about it. That's actually one of the main puzzles of Monkey Island 2. Hard to localize that one. Indeed. As a Spanish speaker, we had no clue. You know, that is an interesting topic as well when like wordplay comes into the solution of certain things and ends up needing to be translated. Like, I think I talked about this a while back, but in the Monogatari series, which is it's a series of light novels, and also they've been adapted into several anime series I really like. There's a sequence where there's a character who like, it deals with different supernatural subjects and stuff, and one of the characters gets possessed by like a cat demon kind of thing. So while she is under the influence of this cat demon, she speaks in a lot of like nya sounds, but because in the West, of course, the way that cats are kind of like the sounds that they make are often portrayed as like a meow instead of a nya. There's a part where she has like a tongue twister, and they kind of had to change it over here to fit like the English portrayal of like cat speak. And I always thought the way that they did it was pretty clever. I feel like things like that are really fun. Feels like it would probably be a fun challenge for like localizers and translators and stuff. By the way, Adrian, did you hear about that woman who spent $1.5 million on a Super Mario Brothers NES game? No, I did not. What made that particular copy worth that much money? Clearly, she had more money than sense. Artist, you have a challenger. You have a challenger in the chat. You know, speaking of translating like specific things in games and such, it's kind of funny. It reminds me of White Day and how they just didn't even bother to translate the puzzle in which you have to know Korean, and they just they don't even give you a particular key, like a translation key, so you can figure out the puzzle. You're just left up to your own devices. That puzzle melted my brain when I was playing that. I think there's a few people in the chat who were there with me when I was playing it, and they can vouch for me on that one. Graded by one of those grading companies, so a total ripoff. That is insane. Yeah, that is crazy. Paying that much for a copy of Mario Brothers. Does she live in an ape apartment? Thank you so much. I needed a moment for that one, Adrian. You're the sweetest, I swear. Try my best at times. I feel bad for the delays, so I try to be quick. Now, I think you have great timing. I've been used to using TTS in many communities for years, so I do have a good experience with both the typing and expressing myself in that sense from that. I actually talked to my bestie yesterday, was debating as I feel my previous keyboard, less expensive keyboard is faster to type on. Wasn't fully satisfied with this one. Yeah, you do great with it. And it really does have its own charm, and I can understand, like, based on, your About section, and, you know, how you, explain why you use it and stuff. I could totally respect that, and it's a very smart way to go about, streaming, despite those things. Those particular, like, concerns and stuff. And you're very, very good with it. It is interesting in the way that, like, your specific needs as a streamer dictates, like, the kind of equipment that you use. So it's kind of funny that, like from what you're describing, a particular keyboard would be better for you and typing much faster. It's one of those really interesting little specific nuances to every individual streamer. These bad jokes will linger long after the stream ends. Be right back, no worries, Dandy. See you when you get back. Take your time. Yeah, it is interesting because, like, it just goes to show that, like, when you're doing this, you know your specific needs, you know? Sometimes when you get, like, advice from other people on what kind of things you're gonna need, it really is not a one-size-fits-all rule. Which is obvious to say, but, I don't know, I find it very interesting how specific things can get. Talking about keyboards also reminds me of, back in the day, on the Xbox 360, when, they had that little chat pad that you could stick in the bottom of the controller. And people would use that to type messages very quickly. And I could always kind of tell who had it. Because, because then I would get cursed out in private messages much faster by people who definitely did. Thank you for dropping by, Artist. I really appreciate all the wonderful jokes and you making me laugh. So thank you very much. And if I am able to drop by Simon's stream later, I'm sure I'll run into you as well. But yes, have a great rest of your evening. And thank you for the alert. Most of those messages were insults in Halo? Yeah. It's me, I have the keyboard. Oh, you have one of those chat pads? Hipsta la vista, baby. I do own consoles, but I primarily play on PC. I only tend to use one keyboard. I have a smaller one, one-hand keyboards, but don't tend to use them during streams. Yeah, the days of Xbox Live and the many interesting messages that you would get from people. It was certainly a time in gaming history. I remember a lot of those situations like they were yesterday. It is kind of funny to see the way, like, the smallest things would set people off sometimes. And I never really used to play with, like, a microphone or anything unless I was playing with people I knew and stuff. And still, there was, like, no way to avoid catching strays, if you will, from people. Even if you won, like if it was a team-based game or whatever, and you won, you'd still get people mad at you from your own team. It was funnier. It was funny when you would win a game, and you'd have people on your own team, as well as people on the enemy team, sending you hate messages. Like, there's no pleasing any of you, is there? Thank you for the hydrate, Shuri. It was a young age of multiplayer games. Everything was allowed. Yeah, literally everything. Back when I was playing Kiln, I won a match and someone messaged me, "Bro, GG. I did not know the orphanages allowed that much TV time." God damn. Jesus Christ. I've told the story before, but I think my funniest experience with somebody raging at me in an online game was when I was playing Halo Reach one time. And I was the top player on my team in Team Deathmatch. I got some crazy number of kills. I can't even remember what it was, but I used to be pretty good at Halo back then. So I pretty much won the game for our team. Like, I'm not saying that to like brag or whatever, but I think that's the reason why I was a target of this. But anyway, somebody from the opposite team sends me a voice message on Xbox Live, and I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the gamer rage. I'm ready for him to call me every horrible word in the dictionary and not in the dictionary. And instead, I opened the voice message, waiting for somebody to scream at me. And instead, I got... there's a song by a rapper named Mickey Avalon. And it's called My... If you type it in, you just type in Mickey Avalon My. It'll auto-complete it for you. You'll know what the song is. And he sent me 30 seconds of that song. And I was so confused, and I died laughing because that was not what I was expecting. Especially because it was clearly recorded through the shitty Xbox Live microphone. So it was like the perfect amount of bad quality as well. And that sent me over the edge. I was I could not stop laughing. I do consider experimenting with a more light keyboard, as I felt more comfortable with those in the past. First time investing in a bigger budget into a keyboard like this. Does have features, but I don't feel it was worth it for this one in particular, at least. My worst experience with Xbox Live was me speaking with a friend of my brother. Him threatening to kill all of us, and that he knew where we live, laughing like a maniac. Me laughing at him about how pathetic he sounded. 3 days later, he appeared in the news showing his gamer tag, saying he was detained for possession of materials and extortion of kids in his Xbox Live group. Holy shit. That is insane, Sally. Also, welcome in, Augustine. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, that is insane, Sally. That is crazy. I'm glad he was detained, but yeah, definitely definitely a situation in which like a lot of times people will say that the people on the other end of this stuff are just keyboard warriors, but in that case, that guy definitely he needed to be locked up, so thank goodness for that. A horrible day to have eyes. Alrighty. Let me think. There was something else I was going to talk about that I had read today. Can't remember what it was. Unfortunately. Oh, actually. I was going to ask. I don't know if any of you guys watch the VHS movies. They are a series of found footage anthology horror films. If you don't watch them, I highly, highly recommend that you do. They are fantastic. The only one that you can definitely skip is VHS Viral. That movie is terrible. It had no involvement from any of the people that usually are involved. It is an anthology series, so it changes hands, but normally there's like 1 or 2 people who have worked on them since like the first one that kind of oversee things, and you can tell. VHS Viral was just horrible. You don't need to watch it. Normally I don't say that about things, like even if something is bad, I will still say like, helps you to understand the quality of like the overall like franchise of something to engage with a particular property, even if it's not that good. But no, you can skip VHS Viral. It has no relevance to anything. I would say only one of the shorts in the movie is kind of decent. But anyway, yeah, VHS Viral. Yeah, that's the one it's not good. There's one short in it that I think is actually, I think it is from Spain, like a Spanish director. And it is good. That one's good. But the other shorts in that one are not, they're not great. They're very nonsensical and do not fit the theming of VHS at all. But anyway, the reason I bring up the series is because normally there's a VHS movie every year around Halloween time, and I get so excited for them every year, because they are so much fun. And yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up, sorry, I'm kind of losing my train of thought. I need to not look at chat for just 2 seconds so I can finish my thought. They're doing one this year called VHS Mixtape, which is themed around music, which is really, really cool. There's going to be some musicians involved, like Flying Lotus, who he's done a lot of music. If you watch Adult Swim back in its heyday, you probably heard some of his like beats and stuff used in the commercials, which is pretty cool. I didn't even realize that he went into directing stuff, and he did a short for one of the VHS movies. I think it was VHS 99, in which he actually had the actor from GTA 5 that plays Trevor as one of the characters, which was pretty cool. The short was based off of Legends of the Hidden Temple, but he's doing another short for this movie. And I think one of the members of the Wu-Tang Clan is doing a short for it, and there's some other musicians involved from different genres. It's pretty cool. But that's actually not the reason I'm bringing this up. So that's this year's movie, which is coming out in October. But next year, they are doing a VHS movie, same style, found footage, anthology and stuff. And it's based off of the SCP Foundation. All the shorts are going to be based on different SCPs, which is really cool. And I think this is actually going to mark the first time that a proper horror movie is being done based on the SCP Foundation. So that is so exciting. I cannot wait for that. I read that the other day and I was like, holy shit, how did it take this long for someone to actually do this? And to do it as part of an anthology series is actually brilliant, because then you get to have a good assortment of them instead of, you know, just one. Which, you know, would be fine, especially because it would be more focused. But, yeah, that is really exciting. Anyway, sorry, let me catch up on the chat. Hey, Adrian, have I put you on my big screen yet? I think you did. I think you did because you told me, and I was like, yeah, I remember telling you it was an honor. Which it is, a huge honor. Literally and figuratively. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna catch up on chat. Old topic. I was looking through my old Xbox chats for conversational fodder and found one where someone sent me angry messages claiming I was a cheater in Smite, but their dumbass was just murdered by a minion. They genuinely said I ruined their day, and I was an a-hole for ruining games for other people. I mean, if the only enjoyment you get out of playing video games is you winning, then that sounds very much like a you problem. That is a weird... I don't know, people are irrational. If it got viral in the name, it can't be bad. Trust me, it's terrible. The VHS viral is... it just is terrible. It is the Dino Crisis 3 of the VHS film franchise. If you know, you know. And thank you again for the honor, Dandy. It feels good to be back in the big screen. I tried to tell them they died to a minion, but they did not believe me. I think they knew, but their pride wouldn't allow them to acknowledge it, Elandria. For some reason, for many people, admitting that they were wrong is the hardest thing that they could possibly do in life. It's a mystery to me, but yeah. People really don't like admitting they were wrong about something. And they'll still claim that it's true even if they've been completely proven incorrect. Dino Crisis 3, I've never even played it, but it bums me out. Yeah. I know why they changed it, but it's such a weird overcorrection from what the original, vision for Dino Crisis 3 was supposed to be. Very disappointing that that game turned out the way that it did. Couldn't be me, I'm wrong all the time. I know, right? You know, it is what it is. You learn something new. Or, you know. I don't know, I don't get why people are so annoying about it. Like, I understand it's not fun to be wrong about stuff. But, I mean, it is what it is. There's worse things in the world, but people will literally go to their deathbed. I'm not even joking about that. I don't want to get all dark and depressing, but, like people who were claiming COVID didn't exist, for example, still claiming it didn't exist as they were being intubated. Many such stories from nurses and people who worked in intensive care units and such, reporting things like that. It's insanity. I just don't know why people are so stubborn, but you know, it is what it is. That is well said. I rarely play competitive games, but tend to be once in a full moon with friends just for giggles. I had one friend on stream, luring people to me, even though they were innocent knowing I was the traitor. Very good fun. That does sound like a good time. That was pretty funny. Yeah, some people get really sweaty about games, and it's like... I understand being particularly, like, invested in, you know, what you do, but, at the end of the day, it is just a video game. There was an old video that I saw a very long time ago. Like the old era of YouTube, of this guy getting mad playing a game. And, well, actually there's two that come to mind. So the first guy, it was very simple. He gets mad, shouts something completely incoherent. Like, legitimately, I don't know what he said. He was just, you know, full of rage. And he punches his computer screen, and it was, you know, one of the old, like, chunky CRT monitors. And his fist goes right through it, and he slowly pulls it out, looks at it, and you see his hand is full of glass, and he starts screaming and walking towards the camera to show off his hand. And he's just bleeding everywhere. And it's like, dude, shouldn't you be seeking medical attention? Why are you stopping to show this to the camera? And then there was another one of this guy playing Step Mania, which is like a PC game that is like Dance Dance Revolution, except you use the keyboard. And he's trying to do a perfect rendition of a song, and he keeps messing it up, right? So this video has layers to it. At first, everything seems calm, and the way that the camera is framed is you can see his monitor and like the speakers around his monitor and stuff like that, and you can see his fingers on his keyboard, because clearly he's like trying to do like a, you know, 100% perfect run recording. So all the things you need to see are in frame, but you can't see anything else. Keep that in mind, right? Just the computer screen, his speakers, and his fingers on the keyboard. So as it starts up, you see him like getting the song ready. He's like humming the tune, kind of getting himself ready for the rhythm. He's practicing on the keyboard by like pressing the arrow keys in rhythm and such. Getting ready. So the song starts. Everything is going well at first, and then he makes one mistake. So he gets a little frustrated, but he restarts. So he keeps going, and he starts messing up again. So you see him like shove his speaker, so you can tell he's starting to get mad. He's starting to vocalize his frustration a little bit. He messes up again, and then you hear him like saying stuff like, "Get the fuck out of here." Like he's getting mad. It's escalating now. Well, he tries again. Maybe gets like 2 seconds into the song. Still an opportunity for this to be a good run. But he gives in to the rage building inside of him and just stops. He hasn't even messed up yet, but he gets mad anyway. Takes his keyboard and starts beating the screen while while saying something to the effect of, oh, the things I'd love to fucking do. And it's like, dude, you're already beating your screen to death. What do you mean what you'd love to do? What else would you love to do than what you're doing right now? And we quickly get the answer to that. Because once he destroys his screen and realizes he messed up, it's like he gets the clarity of the moment, realizes that he wrecked his computer, so he's just processing the damage. He sighs and asks himself why he did that. Then he stamps again, picks up the camera, and says he probably shouldn't play Step Mania anymore because because it turns him into a demon, basically. He starts showing off his room, which looks like it's an attic. And as he finally shows the rest of the room, you see the full horror of it. There's tons of holes in his wall from punching through it, and fits of rage from playing Step Mania. And he's showing all of them off. And then the video ends with him showing the biggest one he's made, which is literally he put his head through his wall, and you can see a head-sized hole in his wall. It's insanity. It is one of the craziest gamer rage videos I've ever seen, and it still makes me laugh thinking about it over a Dance Dance Revolution clone. Some people take these things way, way too seriously. Jeez, talk about anger issues. I don't really get rage when it comes to video games. I get more engaged the more I die. Yeah. If anything, if a game, like, to me, just becomes frustrating, it just makes me more tired of it than anything. Rather than upset. But yeah, that was that was quite the video. If I ever do like a video where we watch stuff together on stream, I might have to pull that up so you guys can see it. If it's still up on YouTube after all these years. It was a really old video, another one from like the first few years of YouTube. But yes, we've been chatting for about an hour and 9 minutes. We're going to go ahead and get to our pre-game tarot card pull, and we'll play some DK64 while we continue to chat. I'm really excited to see what new area I will unlock with the key I got from the boss. I want to say it can't get any worse than that water level, but you never know. So far, I've only really truly disliked 2 areas in the game, which is the Aztec area and the water world. I wasn't too hot on the factory, but honestly, the factory, I feel like the worst part of the factory was mainly just the central area with the giant machine, because the camera is too wonky for the level of precision they wanted from that location. But everything else there was okay. It's mainly just, I don't know what it was about the desert area. I just am not a huge fan of deserts in games. They just look way too samey to me. And the water level. Yeah. Beaver? Yes. Wait, hold on. You needed to punctuate that with this. Today's card is the 3 of bananas inverted. No idea how to collect that. A Donkey Kong themed tarot deck could be fun. But alright. Let us go ahead and switch up the music. And we're gonna go ahead and get to this reading. Thanks for everybody for being patient as usual. Alright, here we go. Let's see what the cards have for us today. Alright, today's card is the Hermit in the upright position. The Hermit encourages a retreat from the hustle and bustle or natural rhythm that you're used to in your life. If you've got a lot going on, this is a card encouraging you to take a step back. Doesn't matter whether it's bad or good, but you're being asked to do a little bit of introspection, have a little bit of you time, to process your life, think about things, and get a sense of self going. This is always important, but in this particular case, you are being asked to give a little bit of critical thought to where you are right now in life and how you feel about all of that. This is important to do, because again, in doing so, you learn a lot about yourself. I always kind of say it with regards to tarot, but there's a lot of people who don't take the time to properly consider themselves. And it's a very easy trap to fall into, because we're always so busy in our everyday lives that even if you're not intending to neglect yourself, it's very easy to do so. So, this card is encouraging you to take a little bit of a break from what you're used to and think on how you feel about everything, because you might come back with some surprising revelations. You may not be as happy or satisfied as you may have thought that you were, or you might have some emotional discoveries about how you feel about certain people, status of a relationship, your employment, so on and so forth. There's a lot that you can learn by distancing yourself from your current situation. Even if you think you're happy, or even if you may think that you are the most miserable you've ever been, you might come back with opposite feelings about your current situations. You might actually be a little bit better off than you may have realized. And some reflections, you may bring that to light. Or you might actually realize you're not as happy as you thought you were in a current relationship or job, so on and so forth. And taking a step back does not mean that you need to isolate yourself from everybody. Sometimes actually it can be more beneficial to take a step back and only surround yourself with people that help you think a little bit clearer. You know, again, could be a partner, could be a very good friend or family member. But even with that, still a good idea to make sure you have some you time in all of that, so you can properly process things without the influence of another voice. Just important to keep this little aspect in mind, though, just because sometimes, some people, especially those of us who may be more anxious and such, it may actually be better to have at least one other person that you reflect on things with to balance out your mind. Because sometimes you're not the most, you are not the clearest thinker. So sometimes having at least one other person who helps you stay grounded can be beneficial to a period of reflection. But in this period, trust yourself. Whatever you come back with after doing some heavy consideration on your life, trust your feelings. This is why it's important to check in with yourself. You know, if you haven't been feeling fulfilled or something has felt off in some way, shape, or form, trust yourself as to why you feel that is. And do your best to address it. You know, you're the only person who can really bring yourself a sense of fulfillment in life. No matter who you've got around you or what they try to do for you. It can't be a truly fulfilling and permanent feeling unless it comes from within. So do make sure that you understand that while you reflect as well. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, there's more I could talk about with regards to it, but I feel like that is probably the best way to put it, right? And I know, again, a lot of times when we talk about this stuff, I always do encourage, like, taking a moment to think about things, but this card is definitely, this and the Hanged Man are, like, the two cards that really want you to take a step back and look at stuff. The Hermit, though, is a lot less, I don't want to say forceful, but a lot less in your face about it, because the Hanged Man kind of has this overwhelming sense of, like, you will be stopped in your tracks. The Hermit is a little bit less imposing in that regard, but still heavily advised to follow this this card's warning. Or message, rather. Warning sounds a tad too ominous. But you get the picture. So yes, if any of you have the chance, it's always good advice either way, but take a little bit of time out for yourselves and do some active thinking. You might be surprised what you come back with. But yes, that is our pre-game tarot card pull. Not a bad card, I think. Deserts and games are always Egyptian pyramids and cacti. Even though those are from opposite sides of the planet, yeah. That is a very good point, Dandy, and it's very weird. I think about my life too much, cards don't be so small. Oh, let me take a sip of my energy drink. Guys, OMG, I just got Dying Light for Steel. Hey, that's great, Purple. Congratulations. I have not played Dying Light. I would like to try it. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and move on to Donkey Kong 64 now. Thank you all for being patient. We didn't go as long as yesterday chatting, but we did talk for a good hour and 18 minutes. Alright, here we go. Hold on, let me go to Blue Sky. Let me make my post so I don't forget it. There we go. Might not be a bad card, but it's certainly annoying when there's stuff I don't want to think about for an evening. I totally understand that, and you know what's interesting about that? Sometimes that little bit of introspection you just did is exactly what the card is asking of you. Because in that regard, you might be overthinking too much, you know what I mean? There's a lot going on in life, and maybe your period of reflection is meant to just make you come back and say, hey, you know what? I need to stop thinking so much. I want to do more things where I could just go head empty and not stress myself out with all of the horrors of the world or situations that I'm dealing with in my life. And that might be what your period of reflection is meant to bring to you, you know? And that is a perfectly fine interpretation and a perfectly fine way to look at it. Like Adrian's yapping. Thank you, Purple. Yeah, especially for people who find themselves, like, frequently, overseeing a lot of things or in charge of other people's well-being and such. That might be the message for you. Alright, let's see if I can actually use this platform to get onto this boat. That did not go well. So I don't know how I'm supposed to be able to... how to get here. Oh god, you know what? I just remembered that there's a area in the main part of this stage that I still was not able to get to, so we should probably go there after. I don't know how I'm supposed to get Chunky Kong onto this boat. Maybe if I drop the water level? See what happens if I do that. Congrats on getting a steal of a deal. Yeah, absolutely. There's a specific kind of thrill that you get out of saving on video games. Doesn't hurt that they're also expensive now. Absolutely, it's one of my favorite games. Played the first, like, 3 times over, I think, and it's my favorite one besides Beast. I think it's such a beautiful and wonderful community you've built up here, Adrian, and I'm grateful you've allowed me to be part of that. I feel the love and care from everyone on here, and I think it's just so incredibly sweet and wholesome to see. Thank you for being you, Adrian. Thank you so much, Dark. That really does mean the world to me. I've spoken about it before, but, one of my aims for doing this was I really wanted to create a community that, just felt safe to be in, and of people who supported each other. I have been a part of other communities before that, you know, just have not been a lot of fun to be a part of, like not necessarily streaming related. And seeing the way that people, you know, behave towards each other and such is just really exhausting, is one word for it. Especially with the way that the world is right now. I think it's important now more than ever for there to be spaces where you feel like you can just exist without needing to constantly feel, you know, like you're dealing with, just people running on high all the time, looking to attack people and being, tightly wound and such. So I do my best to try to keep the vibe here not oblivious to these things, because I do think it's very important to always be cognizant of things that are happening in the world. Balance is important. You do need to be able to understand what is happening and directly acknowledge the things that make you unhappy to truly appreciate, you know, real happiness and support. But we're always surrounded by so much negativity, and we are beholden to algorithms that literally encourage us to be angry all the time. I personally believe that we can have an internet and spaces that do not necessarily need to be fueled by hate and rage and anger all the time. So I try my best to create a space where people can leave all of that at the door, or express it in a healthier way in which you receive support from the people around you, rather than just, you know, throwing stuff at the wall out of frustration and that's it, you know? Because it's not a very fulfilling feeling. And personally, at least, you know, I may not have huge numbers or anything so far, but the community that I have built has made me so much happier than any of that, and has made this whole experience so very enriching and worth it. So hearing that from you really does make me feel... It makes me feel happy, but it also makes me feel like I made the right decision doing this, which is something that I struggled with a lot when I started. You know, I wasn't really sure how long I would be doing this, or if I would stick with it. And I kind of envisioned, like, I would do this for maybe, like, a month or so, and quit. And I'm glad that I didn't, and that's because of all of you. So, thank you so much for the kind words, Star. It really does mean a lot. And you guys are the community, so... Really is great to be a part of this community. Thank you, Elandria. Yeah, it really does mean a lot. Okay, I see. Alright, how do I... Alright, so if I lower the water level, I can't actually get over here. Would it actually work if I played the instrument while floating? Let's see. No, it won't. Alright, let's lower the water level and see what we can do. It's funny to hear it from your perspective. I can definitely relate. Yeah, I'm glad you feel the same. It is a weird time to exist in general right now. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that any one person can do. But, If I can somehow make anybody's day just a tiny bit better. Oh yeah, I did this already, never mind. If I can somehow make anybody's day just a little bit better by just sitting here and chatting and playing some video games for a bit, then that makes me happy. God, these guys are so annoying, the way that they respawn so fast. There we go. Okay, that was actually worth it. I still have no idea how I'm supposed to get Chunky Kong up to the ship. But I might go ahead and just give up on that particular banana. There's plenty in this game, and I don't think it's worth driving myself crazy over. Maybe I'll come back at a different time. I don't think it would matter to me if I got my near 50 followers or 5,000. Like I said before, I'm thrilled a single person decided to spend their time with me, let alone 2 or a dozen, so I don't think you should feel less important for not having a bigger number, as I'm sure you've changed a lot of people's lives for the better, just for bringing enjoyment and smiles when it was needed the most. Thank you so much. Really, honestly, these are some of the nicest things that anybody has said to me, so thank you so much. I really do appreciate it beyond words. It is definitely a weird feeling. I started doing this back in October of last year, so I haven't been doing this for very long. Technically late September, but I kind of just consider it October because it was like, I think it was the last day of September that I had my first stream or something like that. But it was definitely, it's a weird feeling to look back at where I was versus where I am right now. And see the way that, I formed relationships with a lot of people on this platform, or at least, you know, a lot in my very small pond. And, getting to know so many cool people, and, learning so much from all of you, and making great memories. It's something you hope to do, but definitely not something you think is going to happen based on, you know, how hard it is to get going on a platform like this that's so oversaturated with people. So there's definitely a surreal quality to it. Okay, I got all turned around. I think we want to go this way. Yeah. I didn't even know, I was watching a video earlier that apparently Rare was originally going to, like they were planning out a sequel to this game. Was that green? They were planning out a sequel to this game for the GameCube that never made it beyond the conception stage because they got bought by Microsoft. I mean, that is logical. Obviously, this game did well, so Why wouldn't they? But, it is kind of crazy to imagine what a sequel to this game on the GameCube would have even looked like. Now, if only we could get you to stream Pokemon Sleep. Maybe that would work. Of course, I really do mean that. I've got nothing but kindness from you. Ever since I first got to know you. Also happy getting to know more streamer buddies, as you put it. Can be a bit exclusive starting out. Yeah, definitely. It's a very isolating feeling when you first start, because this platform is so, it's so oversaturated with people doing this. And, it's hard to reach out to people as it is, you know, without feeling like you're kind of imposing on other people. Just from the perspective of, like, you never really know, if people are wanting to get to know other people and involve themselves with you, right? So you take a chance on reaching out to people, and that first experience you have can be... What do they call it? There's a word for it, but I'm forgetting it. But if it doesn't go well, it can kind of put you off of really reaching out to other people and such moving forward. So I do think it's very important to have a positive experience with getting to know people and doing things together, whether it's just hanging out in their chat or doing collabs, things like that. As in, you see so many people give up on streaming like right after they start. It's, I feel, in large part due to, you know, feeling very much like, one, nobody's watching, of course, and two, having bad experiences with other people, whether it's rude chatters or other creators who are very selfish and self-involved and such. So, you know, building a community of people that, you know, both viewers and creators alike, that do show you kindness is really important, I think, to encouraging people to continue on. Hello, I can't say because I'm drowning in rain, but I wanted to wish you all a wonderful stream. Thank you so much, Effecto. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, I do hope that, I hope the rain is not, it's not overwhelming. I hope you don't lose, power or anything like that. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope your studies are going well. I know you said you had some stuff to do today. But thank you for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I did expect to experience that when I first started out. I'm thankful my experience has been pretty much only good. Yeah, me too. I was ready for that too. And I'm sure it'll come, unfortunately. But, you know, so far I've had great experiences, and I'm very grateful for that as well. You know what's funny about this screen? They all want to be chosen, right? But look at Chunky Kong, right? He's desperately trying to get your attention. He's the biggest Kong here, right? But when you hover over him, look what he does. Watch. He tells you not to choose him, and he tries to get you to pick Tiny Kong. I love that. The whimsy in this game. Alright, let's go ahead and, let's get out of here. Let's see what the new location looks like. Rain, rain, please come here. Every day's 100 degrees. Yeah, I hope you get some rain too, Dandy. Rain has been like the saving grace of the summer, because It has been one seriously horrible season. Wait, isn't there a barrel here? Yes. Okay, I actually do need to go to him. Because now we can actually, I think, activate this button. We couldn't actually do it before. First, we gotta take this guy out. Okay, no idea what happened to him. Does it not let me do it, or did we do this last time? Maybe we already did this. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of here. I never really played many Nintendo games, let alone Donkey Kong. I appreciate that kind of humor. Yeah. Yeah, it's really charming. I love thoughtful humor so much. Alright, we got another key. What world will open up? Finally finished my energy drink. Okay, so that answers my question about what we do with the rock. And this is such a long game, like, honestly. I don't think we're anywhere near finishing this yet. Which is insane to me. How long has it been so far? It has been a considerably long time. I mean, this is, I have to check my own title. The 9th stream? And it seems like we still have quite a few worlds left to go. I think a few streams ago I said I could easily see this being like, if you played this as a kid, this is a game that probably would have taken up your whole summer vacation. Probably a dream come true at that age, because it's, you know, it encourages exploration so much. And it's stuffed with so much content. Yes, beaver spotted. I still got slush ice. I wish I could have some. My humor is thought adjacent, not always contributing, but the thought's nearby. I think you have great humor, Dandy. And honestly, I would definitely say you have thoughtful humor. Okay, I guess we're supposed to come back here with Diddy Kong and... Let's see, can she... Okay, yes. She can do that. Great. Yes, Elandria coming in clutch with the beaver. I wonder what you're supposed to do with these steel boxes here. I have not figured that out. Because there's one in Jungle Japes that's just in the way. I feel like it has to be a Chunky Kong upgrade. would make you some. I swear this is incredibly good slush ice. I would love that, if only. I haven't had a slushie in way too long. I used to love them when I was a kid. I used to have them, not frequently, but I'd maybe get to have like 2 in the summer. And they were so good. Only because I can't stop thinking. Dandy, I'm with you on that. Trust me, I am a notorious overthinker. Any non-ADHD chatters feel like telling me what not thinking for a minute is like? I don't believe that I have ADHD, but I wouldn't know either, because I never stop thinking myself. Alright, he can leave now. We do have the hint doors here, but we'll come back to those in a bit. I want to see what this new world is like. Time to see what those furry freaks are up to. Huh, not a Kong in sight. Where are they? Who was that? Yahoo! Come up here and get me, dummies. You, get up there after him. But I can't climb. Then you'll learn, won't you? Goodbye. I'm surrounded by fools. That should be turned into a GIF. That is a, that's a mood. Fungi forest, huh? I remember somebody was actually, mentioning that they were gonna be curious about what I would think of this place, so I'm assuming this is gonna be a bit of an ordeal. Okay, interesting design that all the, first, stepping points for the little, warp points are all centered around this one tree in the beginning. Alright, well, let's explore a little bit. Probably goes without saying, but the music in this game is so very nice. Adrian casually dropping controversy with the wrong pronunciation of GIF. Listen, Churi. Whoa. Okay, good to know some of these are fake. Listen, every time I say this, nobody cares, but I'm gonna say it anyway and I will die on this hill, damn it. The creator of the format himself said it's GIF, not GIF. I remember I said that to somebody once and they were like, but it's a G. Why would it sound like a J? There is no G words that sound like that. I'm like, Germany? Geneva? Germ? What are you talking about? I'm in a weird spot right now as I'm waiting on my passport to be finished, thinking I could use a temp passport for getting a new bank, which doesn't seem like it. So I'm probably without a bank for 2 to 3 weeks, which sucks as I was looking into commissions for assets for a temporary live 2D avatar for stream. That is really, really annoying. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that. I hope it can be resolved soon. I don't know if you're into, like having, I don't know if you're into having a 3D model. There is somebody I know, the person that does my model, that has some pretty good prices on stuff. Because believe me, I would pretty much be a PNG tuber only if I didn't come across this guy. So I don't know if maybe that might help you, but... Look, the creator of the file format was a computer person, not a language person. That means he was unqualified to make that decision. Dandy. Listen, why does no one care that there are words with the letter G that have a softer pronunciation? Okay, that B drank a shit ton of coffee or something. Yeah, there's no way to hit that guy. Okay, we need, yeah, I gotta switch. Gotta switch Kongs. Because the word G stands for is graphic, so it should be pronounced the same. Hard G, graphic GIF. Okay, I will at least say this. That is the most compelling argument I've seen yet for that pronunciation of it. But you know what? I'm sticking to my guns on this one. Yes, feed me the inconsequential drama. See, this is the kind of drama that I'm okay with. Fun, silly little language debates instead of actual needless stuff people get mad at for no reason. I do find it funny that even though like GIFs are really popular, like obviously, you know, people use them all the time and such, it must be something to create a file format, and the time it's probably most talked about is for people to debate the pronunciation of the acronym. I technically got a model already, but I'm trying to get the dark assets made for it. I did get a lot of offers, but always happy to get recommendations to someone that could be vouched for. I had to put all on hold for now, given the bank issues, though. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I hope you get them resolved soon. I would definitely like to see, like, a good representation of, like, you know, you moving around and such while you're streaming. It always adds more of a fun layer. Not that there's anything wrong with, like, PNG tubing or anything, but, always fun nonetheless. Then it's a duel. We will fight in the nearest Denny's parking lot at 3 a.m. And then we'll go inside afterwards and, we'll reconcile by having hairy pancakes. How does that sound, Dandy? Does that sound good to you? Okay, I didn't even realize that there was a barrel in here. Alright, let's switch to Tiny Kong then. That bee is incredibly annoying. That was needlessly tedious in getting up there. I was gonna say please don't be an insane minigame, but unfortunately I think it's inevitable. No clue what to do with these question mark boxes either. There's been enough of them around that I feel like there has to be something. Maybe an ability I don't have yet. Okay, can't go through there. I'll buy you a pot of coffee and a raw steak for the bruises. Why is it... Okay, what is it trying to make me do here? Okay, I have no idea what they want me to do here. Oh my god, I actually hit him. Holy shit. I know he'll just respawn, but honestly, that is a massive surprise. For real though, I only care that people acknowledge my argument. Say however you want. I've heard people say jive just to mess with everyone. Yeah, no worries. I know it's all in good fun. It is a good argument, though. That is a good point about it. Okay, so there is a painting here of these barrels, so I do presume we will need to use them. Can Chunky pick these up? Yes, he can. And what do you do here? This. Well, I assume you're not supposed to blow yourself up. That would probably be a wonderful start. I'm super excited for it. I got a temporary one that I feel is very fitting for Dark. Wanted to get a suitable one for now until my other VTuber friend is done with the artwork for me to hire for the rigging for that, which will probably be a much more costly matter at that point. Yeah. Yeah, I would love a live 2D model, honestly. But unfortunately, yeah, the cost of that is insanely prohibitive. Not something I can justify right now with being such a small streamer. I don't make enough money doing this to justify that. Remember to bring a leather glove. to toss as you begin the duel. I didn't even until Churi pointed it out. Isn't it supposed to be a gauntlet? Either way, I'll have to get a glove or a gauntlet. I always heard, I toss my leather glove, we fight at dawn. That's interesting. I have not actually heard about that expression in either instance. Alright, we need to switch to Lanky again. Thought yours was live 2D. No, it's a 3D model. It's a Vroid model. That's why, unfortunately, I'm not the most expressive, because I do not have an iPhone. So, I can't use the extra blend shape tracking. So, if I wanted to, I do have buttons, that I can press to make extra facial expressions and such. But, I'd have to, like, consciously remember to do that all the time, and while I do think it's cute that I do have, like, some pre-programmed expressions and such, it would kind of feel a little inauthentic to me, like if I have a surprised face, for example. And if I have to remember to press it when I'm surprised instead of being genuinely, like, surprised, it kind of feels like it's more theatrical than genuine, you know what I mean? That's why I do wish that I could, have better tracking, because then it would actually, you'd just be able to tell from looking at me. It does track when I'm smiling or laughing pretty well, though, I'd say. So at least there's that. Oh no! Dark is back in Agile. You know, I totally forgot that Lanky could do this. I will wait to reply until Dark is out of Agile. So I wonder what all these moon symbols are. Welcome back. Oh, my god. Dandy, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you so much. Yes, welcome back from Agile, Dark, and you won't be there for another month. Thank you so much, Dandy. I want to forget that Lanky can do that. You know, that is a good point, sure. I don't know, Lanky Kong is so strange. I don't know how to describe Lanky. Gosh, you didn't have to do that, that was way too sweet. Yes, Dandy is very sweet. I was literally looking into if Twitch was taking PayPal. At least in the US it does. I don't know if it's different where you are, but it does accept PayPal. But yeah, that is kind of like the trouble with some models. The lack of expressiveness and such, having to manually change stuff. Which is easy if you have all the buttons shortcutted and stuff, and I do have some of those shortcutted, but like I said, for me, I just kind of feel, maybe it's a stupid thing to feel, but I'd rather it be captured naturally. If I hadn't been so focused on my model, I would have done it sooner. What kind of model are you working on right now, Dandy? Alright, so there's an area back here. And a barrel, graciously enough, so I don't need to run all the way back over there. Just spray and pray at this point. Alright, now we switch to Diddy Kong. As I see red bananas over here. I have no idea what these symbols are supposed to be. What is this? God, it is legitimately spray and pray. Alright, well we get more free bananas out of this guy. Gundam Barbatos Adapt. It's apparently a lighter armored version from a manga between seasons 1 and 2. And finally, after 11 years, one that won't go floppy immediately. That definitely sounds really cool. I know I've said it before, but it's really cool that you build models. I do always enjoy seeing people build Gunpla. Alright, let's head back over here, because it doesn't seem like there's a lot I can do right now until I can figure out what the moon symbols mean. So let's see about a different area. What's over here? I'll post a picture somewhere of this next to the original that I painted. Yeah, please do. Please do, because I'd love to check it out. The bank stuff definitely had me stressed out of my mind, but happily I got it all sorted out until next month. More inconvenient than anything. I'm glad that it's more of a slight pain than a massive situation. Definitely at least somewhat of a silver lining there. Still obnoxious, but you know. Better to be slightly annoyed by something than have it be pivotal, you know? Right, see blue bananas, so back to Lanky. This area seems to want us to be Lanky Kong more often than not. Alright, another warp point. How long does it take you to build these usually? If it's simple enough, or I really focus, I can knock one out in an evening, so about 5 hours, but I spend a lot of time cleaning sprue marks while I build instead of after. I imagine that, honestly, especially like I know you were saying you think a lot, I feel like model building is probably a great way to lock in and just focus on something else for a while. It's a great hobby. There's actually a girl that I watched, she builds Gunpla on stream a lot. And just like listens to music and stuff, and it does definitely seem like something that could be kind of therapeutic if you just zone out and do it, you know? And definitely a great sense of accomplishment in doing it, like completion, and then you end up with something that you can display, which is also pretty cool too. I like Chunky. Yeah, Chunky Kong is actually pretty fun to play. The only thing I don't like about him is that when you're on a really tight platform, his punches will almost always send you flying off. But otherwise, yeah, I do like Chunky Kong. Alright, won't let me press that button for whatever reason. Alright, we actually do need Chunky Kong because I think we need to climb up here. And there are green bananas here, so... And wasn't there a pineapple button? Hold on, let me go down here. I think there's actually a pineapple button somewhere around here. Yeah, right up here. In fact, actually, there's a button for each of them. Alright, so we do need to... So this is kind of tedious. You just need to go down the list with each of them, but... Sure, why not? That one. Now you. There we go. It's one of the reasons I enjoy it. I also started watching VTubers on Twitch around the same time. That is really, really cool. I'm also a lifelong fan of LEGO, so I love building things. It's kind of a natural evolution for me. Yeah, I can see how the one thing would lead to another. I live in the land of LEGO. It's the one thing Denmark's got going for... Oh, so you're from Denmark. That's really cool, Dark. I was wondering where you were from. Once again, we need to switch to Lanky to shoot that balloon. There we go. That almost did not go well. Never mind, it didn't go well. This is a very bizarre setup. Okay, let's, That is a shortcut all the way up there. But let's try going the long way, because there's a ton of bananas up there. I'd love to visit the Lego house, see some history. Yep, I do be. I forgot I never told you. Yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. That's really cool. Don't forget you can rewind if you want. Yes, I'm always forgetting that, honestly. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think on the original Switch, you can't actually rewind with the N64 emulator. I think, you know, because of the lack of memory and such. But you can on the Switch too, so I'm already accustomed to not being able to rewind. So I just need to kind of rewire my brain. You can, but it's another button, not L plus R. Got it, okay. Guess I just never realized it then. I've never been, but I've seen it on YouTube. Actually, it looks almost as modern as some cafe in Japan today, which is surprising. I have to look that up. I don't think I've ever seen what the Lego house looks like either. Alright, what's out here? Alright, so now we would need Donkey Kong. And Tiny Kong. See, this is one of those things where, like... if only you could switch Kongs at any time. But there is a barrel right here, so... fair enough. Not very far. Fun fact, LEGO used to make wooden toys, and shortly after they introduced their interlocking bricks, their warehouse burned down, destroying all their stock except the bricks, so they had to double down on their remaining products. Some people believe this is why so many LEGO sets include fire extinguishers. Wow. I did not know that, Dandy. That is one of those things that's like, I don't know, I'm not one of those people that believes that things are set in stone. Like, I don't really believe in a fated destiny. I do believe that, you know, everything comes from choices that people make and the ensuing butterfly effect, if you will. But I do believe that things happen for a reason. And, sometimes frustratingly so. It's not always a good reason, but it does feel a lot of times like sometimes stuff that happens happens the way it does specifically to lead to a certain outcome. And that definitely feels like one of those situations. That is pretty crazy. Alright, back to Donkey Kong. Then we'll go back inside real quick to grab those bananas and then, I guess, come back out. You kind of get into a weird rhythm playing this game. Okay, maybe not, because there's bananas there. This is gonna be a weird one. Yeah, if that fire hadn't happened, I might be a totally different person. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's definitely, it's funny how so many things that happen, that are not, not at all seemingly connected to you can have such a profound effect on you. I actually feel that way about a lot of Nintendo history as well. I think I would be a very different person if Satoru Iwata hadn't existed, for example, because many of the projects that he actually had a significant hand in changed my life. Like, for example, many people do not know, he is pretty much the reason why Pokemon even became the hit that it did, because it was a technical disaster that he personally fixed. And the Pokemon games, especially the early Pokemon games, and anime and such, had a very profound effect on me, including actually really helping to inspire me to write and such, among other things. But there's a lot of stuff that those Pokemon games really did help me with. Shoot the claptraps to clear the fairy's path. Okay, we did this one before. I get motion sick watching this, I'm so sorry. I like how it says well done when that fairy got eaten. I mean, I'll take it. I'm not going to complain. I do have one close buddy who's the biggest Nintendo person I know. They did try to introduce me to Mario Galaxy, but I had the same issue. It gave me severe motion sickness as well. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I know quite a few people who, or I've known quite a few people, I should say, who, dealt with motion sickness in games and stuff like that. I never had that problem, but I can definitely understand how, you know, that comes to be. Which is why I do appreciate that more modern games tend to take that into consideration nowadays. I remember when Mirror's Edge came out, and given the nature of that game, it's, you know, it makes people very prone to motion sickness. And they accounted for that by adding the ability to have a reticle on the screen to focus on. I always thought that was pretty cool. Ah, these claptraps, not the CL4TP. Yeah. I too think of Borderlands whenever I hear the word claptrap. Which also reminds me that I'm so annoyed that the Switch 2 version of Borderlands 4 is just in limbo. Because I wanted to play it. Same with, of course, 007 First Light, and I'm still so annoyed that, still so annoyed that there's no updates on the Switch 2 version of that. I'm getting really tired of developers doing that. I sleep in VR every day, but I don't tend to move around much. I do feel it quite a bit if I do something moving around a lot. Yeah, you mentioned that before. That's pretty interesting to me. When you say you sleep in VR, do you have like a specific room that you sleep in, or do you like change it around a lot? Alright. I love Claptrap as well. Hold on, let's get these bananas. Alright. Now let's go up. I switched between a few sleep worlds. There's worlds even dedicated for sleeping, damping the light and the like. That is really cool. I've always wanted to play around a little bit with VR, but I have never been able to justify the cost of a headset. And it's not really accessible to me anyway, because of course I don't have a desktop. And I was not interested in the PlayStation VR, especially at that cost, and Sony, among all the other dumb shit that they do, cannot be trusted for any kind of hardware. I mean, they can't be trusted in general now, but even prior to the dumb decision they're making at the moment, Sony always abandons their secondary stuff. The only one that they didn't abandon was the PSP, but they abandoned the Vita, they abandoned the PSVR 1, the PSVR 2, all of their side projects, the iToy, if anybody remembers that thing. They always abandon their stuff. God, I hate the bees so much. Okay, Adrian, who's your favorite? Who's your Borderlands 1 and 2 character and build? I am a relatively simple person. And I chose the Siren in both Borderlands 1 and 2. So, Lilith and Maya for me. Although, I did end up replaying... I replayed Borderlands 2 so many times. And Maya or the Techromancer, Gage, is usually my other choice in Borderlands 2. I view them just as equally. In games, I always tend to be that person on the team that's like a jack of all trades. So I'm usually the person that's the healer, but also either leading the pack or flanking, whatever. So I tend to like characters that can do a little bit of everything. So Gage is like a dream character for me, because you can do a lot of damage by yourself with Death Trap. And if you're downed, of course you can be raised by Death Trap and such. Gage is a very dangerous character. And Maya as well. Me too, Siren in Borderlands 2 was OP as hell. Oh, yeah. Yeah, once you get up there, you can really do a lot of freaking damage as Maya. Also, great minds think alike. How about you, Dandy? What characters do you play? Also, in the pre-sequel, I really liked Athena. Her, Captain America shield was incredibly useful. I bought the Index when it came out in 2019 for $1,000, and it got obsolete a year later with a headset costing a fourth of the price. Jesus Christ. That is insane. Which one do you use now? What VR headset? I know the one I always see everybody talking about is the I think it's the HTC Vive or something like that. Death Trap is insanely broken with one specific build in Borderlands 3, as it can get millions of health and damage and solo everything on high difficulties. I had a buddy that dealt thousands. I did too. Meanwhile, Death Trap dealt millions. Jesus Christ. Yeah, some of the builds you can do in the Borderlands games are just insane. It's well earned though. You always kind of get like a great power trip off of it. It's very fun. I played Siren in Borderlands 2 VR. as a solo player. It got boring about halfway in. Yeah, the only thing about Borderlands is that it's not a great game in particular to play alone. Like, it's still a competent game and it's still a great game, but it definitely hinges a lot off of the fun of discovering new weapons and stuff with another player, at least. I usually play them in co-op with one other person. I liked Brick and Krieg. By the end, as Krieg, I was dealing about 17k damage per melee, and every hit heals me. That's insane. That is nuts, Dandy. A really, really good build. Wow. Brick was a cool character in the first game. I liked his character. I want to get a VR headset with eye tracking. What kind of games are you looking to play in VR, Bulgay? I feel like it would be fun to do some VR chat stuff, but which you don't need a VR headset to do. Some of the stuff I've seen looks like it would be really cool, but it's definitely the kind of thing I would only ever do alone or with people I know. No interest in experiencing it otherwise based on some of the stuff I've heard. I mean, I know there's definitely probably really cool communities there, but you'd have to probably get to see those communities before getting into random places, I think. I used Index until it broke in 2025. I wanted to get the Steam frame, but after waiting ages, it's still not out, so I bought the HTC Vive Pro. That broke after 1 day, I think, as I didn't tug in the cable right, so I bought the HTC Vive 2, and that one has been great ever since I got it. It's funny, I never heard anyone talking about the HTC Vive myself, so it's interesting you say that. Really? At least in the, you know, the gaming spaces and stuff that I frequent, everybody's always singing the praises, like the VR people are always singing the praises of the HTC Vive, so that's surprising to me for sure. Alright, so we need to switch to Diddy Kong. And then apparently Chunky Kong. I have no idea what these other red boxes are supposed to be. Maybe we should visit Cranky, because he's the only person I can think of that might have a solution for all of these little moon symbols we keep seeing. Like this right here. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with that. Mainly VR chat, lol, but I don't know nowadays. Holy shit. I'll talk about a fall from grace. Where's Cranky? I feel like I saw him around here somewhere. At one point. More of the forest. Welcome in, Jay. How are you doing this evening? Good to see you. Okay, so you're not meant to go all the way up there. I played Tiny Tina's DLC with my cousin, and halfway through, I was basically soloing. I remember throwing an axe at the dwarf boss and dealing 47k damage in one hit. Jesus. The Tiny Tina DLC was so fun. I know that they ended up making that game Wonderlands, but I didn't get the chance to play it. No idea how it turned out. I learned that Pico tracking is insanely reliable for full body tracking in last days, so if I could go back, I would get a Pico, as that seems incredibly solid. The fact that you only took half a watermelon from that drop, also watermelons? Why watermelons? I have no idea. I guess, just tons of fruit everywhere in this game. Jay, do you happen to know if I get the answers to all these, like, moon symbols and stuff from Cranky? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that door. Let me change characters again. Okay, not that one. I first played Brick with my college roommate, and we went to the Crimson Lance base while I was raging. I moved so fast, I did a whole lap of the base before I ran to him again. That is nuts. That's hilarious. God, I remember playing Borderlands 1 for the first time, and it was such a, like, different experience. Such a good game. Has a endlessly replayable format. I think Borderlands 2 is probably the perfect Borderlands game. I liked the pre-sequel as well, though. I know a lot of people feel kind of iffy on it, but I honestly really liked it. We need Tiny Kong. I still haven't played 3 or 4 yet. I own 3, but have not played it yet. And again, I would get 4 on the Switch too if they would just release it. I have no idea what they're doing. Hell yeah, the builds in Borderlands are stupid in the best way. I respected Roland in 1 and I respect Roland in 1, and my machine gun had a higher capacity than I could carry, and it fired every single shot every time you pushed the button. That is nuts. Yeah, the abilities in the game are so much fun. You really start to feel invincible at a certain point when you start combining abilities with your partners and stuff. Once you get into that perfect rhythm of coordinating your abilities with people, the game really, really shines. Alright, so we get here and then need to end up switching Kongs again. So let me go back. Gonna go to bed, guys. See you all tomorrow. Have fun and take care. Thank you, as always, Sally, for dropping by. Have a great rest of your night and sleep well. I read what they did with the story in 3. I haven't picked the game up since. Yeah, they, from what I heard, they ditched the writer. Well, I don't think they ditched him. I think what happened... Oh, there's Cranky. I think what happened was he went to go work on, like, a TV show or something like that. So they got a different writer for 3, and apparently it was definitely not as good. So, yeah. Back again, Tiny? How about... He's played enough to earn my next potion as well. 5 coins. Okay, yes. Super Simian Slam. Big Buttus Bashium. Are you listening to me, Tiny? You and the rest of the mangy Kongs. I'm not letting you have another potion. I did not even see what he said. So wait, what can we do? Alright, let me rewind. Can now slam the blue switches. Hmm. Blue buttons? Okay. Is that the, is that like the moon buttons? Really, 4 should just be retconning 3 because it's a disgrace. I'm really interested to play 3 and see how I feel about it, but definitely not necessarily a fan of the stuff that I heard about it. 4 seemed like people really enjoyed it aside from, the technical issues. Apparently there was a lot of painful problems with that game. On the tech side. You. We need you. I forgot I have the pineapple buttons. Let's push. Alright, where was it? First, let me grab this. Through here. Do you bounce on the mushrooms? Yes, actually you do. At least the ones that aren't fake. Alright. So you do that just for them to want you to switch back to Tiny Kong for this one banana. This game is ridiculous. Please help me. Those awful tomatoes have eaten all my friends and I'm the only one left. I'll give anyone a nice banana who can sort them out. Good, that's mandatory for platformers, yes. It definitely is. Okay, I feel like these tomatoes would have probably scared children. Dandy, we were thinking the same thing. Okay, let me come in here. I think we need an upgrade. Actually, never mind. I think I just need to be bigger. Or not. Okay. On second thought, let's go see him. Hit me with 5 coins and I'll upgrade your shooter. Alright, you got it. I don't think I ever told you about my fear for tomatoes. Anyway, what is that? All Kong shooters now pack homing shots. Red supply crates, start blasting. So that explains the red crates. Okay. Yes, killer tomatoes, yeah. Yeah, it's still not helping. How do I deal with the tomatoes? I love that this is essentially appealing for guns for children. Very fine. This ground looks a bit bare. I wonder if I can find anything to plant. Yeah, actually, funny story about that, Dark. Originally, Rare wanted to give Donkey Kong a regular double-barrel shotgun. I think there's actually a picture of it on the internet. And they presented it in a meeting to Shigeru Miyamoto. And apparently he had the most unamused face during the meeting, and it scared the shit out of them because they were like, oh god, we're gonna lose our jobs, aren't we? For even suggesting this. And basically he ended up coming back to them, I think, and basically politely telling them, like, we're not giving Donkey Kong a gun. What about if we did this? And essentially they came up with the idea for the they came up with the ideas for the coconut gun and stuff. Which ended up being you know, thematically appropriate way of incorporating it. Just really funny in hindsight. How the hell do I deal with these tomatoes? That makes sense. We squash them. Oh, what a relief. You know, I don't like it here anymore. It's always raining. Take me to a nice sunny spot. Somewhere else. And the banana's yours. Careful now, Chunky. I don't want any bruises. No, no, no. This place won't... Okay. Bullshit, that's moving the goalposts and it's a form of abuse, yes. I was just thinking, you told me you'd give me the banana after I saved you, which I did, and now you're changing the... You're changing the terms of the deal. So he wants a sunny spot. Guess that doesn't count? Alright, let's switch to Tiny Kong and see what happens if we do that barrel. Maybe she opens up something. Killer Tomatoes reminds me of a song. Dandy might know this little jingle. Which one? Lay it on us. Not in this area? Alright, thank you, Jay. You just saved me some time. I will, however, go over there and see what that barrel does. And get this one stray banana. I'll give him a sunny spot in hell. Let's take these. Try putting him near the entrance? Okay. Okay, actually, I need to... I can't do that yet. I'm running out of crystal coconuts. I was just thinking, Dandy, about Buddy Holly. When I read that. Where can I find some crystal coconuts? Silly song from that cartoon on Nickelodeon, Doug. You know, I probably should have known that then. I was actually just thinking about that a few days ago because I came across a video on YouTube for Doug. Okay, not here. I really need crystal coconuts. Get out of my brain, Adrian. There's some confusing stuff in there. I guess we might as well get these while we're here. I need more crystal coconuts so I can move the freaking apple again. Alright, let's do that. I was a Cartoon Network kid. So was I, largely. That was my favorite of the, you know, kids channels. But I am a huge animation nerd in general, so I pretty much watched anything. Megas XLR? Yes, I remember that show. That show ended up having such a large cult fan base. God, don't even get me started. I could talk about Cartoon Network all day. Courage the Cowardly Dog, the Powerpuff Girls, Ed, Edd n Eddy. Cow and Chicken. God, even the more obscure shows, freaking like Sheep in the Big City. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, yes. That show was so funny. I love Billy and Mandy so much. That is also one of my favorite cartoons of all time. You have excellent taste, Dark. Sheep in the Big City, I was gonna say, yeah. Yeah, Evil Con Carn, Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, we said it at the same time, Volgay. Yes, Johnny Bravo. Invader Zim. Yeah, I liked the art style of Invader Zim. That was Nick, yeah. The only thing about that show that kind of annoyed me was, like, later on, reading some of the creators' comments about anime was just kind of annoying, like, you're a dweeb. In the sense that he said negative things about anime, not that he liked it. I would have liked him more if that was the case. I looked up to Mandy a lot. Low-key child/teenage crush. She is so cool, I know, right? Yeah, Gray Delisle was the voice of so many cool goth or goth-adjacent characters. Mandy, Raven in Teen Titans, and she wasn't goth, but she also had, like, that kind of cool attitude. Frankie Foster from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. But yeah, Johnny Bravo is another show I absolutely love. That show is funny as hell. Not obscure by any stretch, but I watched Samurai Jack in its first airing. It's kind of crazy how, of, like, that era of, cartoon, creators, I hope I'm saying his name correctly, so excuse me if I'm not, but, Gendy Tartakovsky, the creator of Samurai Jack, who also created Dexter's Lab and what is it? Hotel Transylvania and like a whole bunch of other stuff. He's like the one that's had the most longevity. It's nuts. That guy is a creative monster, and I'm so happy for him that he's still producing stuff. I think he's making a Conan cartoon now, if I'm not mistaken, which is really cool. AmiYumi was one of my faves. The other Cartoon Network shows weren't my favorites, but I enjoyed them. Yeah, Hi Hi Puffy AmiYumi was so good. I loved that show so much. I hate how little it gets mentioned now. Animators bashing anime is just cringe. Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, there's quite a few Western animators who are just fucking dorks in the worst way. I don't mean it in a good way. That are either they come off as like jealous or just annoying. Or are not good people. Like I do like Ren and Stimpy, but the creator not a good person. Did some pretty horrible stuff. Same with Butch Hartman. I like The Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom, but Butch Hartman not a good person. Lost his fucking mind. I keep being told to watch that one, Adrian. Which one? Sorry, I went through so many shows. The original Star Wars The Clone Wars animated series that somehow missed me. Yeah, I remember when that was airing. Also, speaking of Nick, two shows that I don't really ever see people talk about that were really good. Well, I shouldn't say nobody, because one of them is definitely a cult favorite. The other one is largely forgotten, which is a shame, because I loved this show. But the one that's more well-known, My Life as a Teenage Robot, that show was amazing and did not get the attention it deserved when it was airing. That show was so good, and it deserved so many more seasons. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend that you watch it. It was so good. Yes, XJ9. Yes, that show was so good. I was a huge fan of that show. And, also, the other show on Nicktoons, which did not get the attention that it deserved, was Kappa Mikey. That show was so fucking funny, and of course, as a huge fan of both cartoons and anime, the mashup of both, like the whole premise of Kappa Mikey was that this American actor named Mikey, he moves to Japan and ends up on this show called Lily Moo, and all the characters who live in Japan, and like the way it's animated, it looks like anime. But Mikey looks like a regular cartoon character, so he has like, you know, the 4 fingers and such. Well, everybody else has like, you know, more accurate proportions and whatnot. Gonna go prepare for Betty Bed. Very tired. Thank you for being here, Dark. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all of your kind words before, and all of the great conversation. Please do get some rest. Have a good sleep. But yeah, Kappa Mikey was awesome, and they actually got a band, a Japanese band. Some of you may know them, but if you don't, they make really good music. Called the Beat Crusaders. They actually got them to do the intro theme for it. So good. The theme is so good. Sorry, I got a little bit, a little bit caught up. Anyone seen the original Inspector Gadget? Yes, I did. I did, in fact, see that. Didn't they do a thing with that show where, they only ever revealed the face of, the villain in the form of, a toy you could buy? Also, you want to know a show that was, like, as a kid, like, you know how when you're a kid, and you see, like, adults talking about, like, shows that they watch and stuff, and then, like, your shows are kind of like your thing, right? As a kid. My show, as a kid, that made me feel like an adult was Gargoyles. Did anybody ever watch that show? Yeah, I think they did, Jay. I think the villain of the Inspector Gadget cartoon only ever had his face revealed in the form of a toy you could buy. It was like a big thing. Finally, crystal coconuts. Okay. These are remarkably hard to come by. Yeah, Gargoyles was such a good show. It was definitely a show that respected the intelligence of children. It did not treat you like a kid watching it. Alright, let's switch back to him, and now I think we can go back. It's not a lot of crystal coconuts, but it's better than before. For sure. I like Jonathan Frakes and Gargoyles. Oh, I can actually just jump on them. I don't have to belly flop. Where the hell am I supposed to put him? No, no, no. This place won't do it all. You big oaf. Where am I supposed to put him? I don't understand. I also hate that, that homing shots require a separate kind of ammo. Not a fan of that. Here's another old favorite, SWAT Cats. I totally forgot about that show. Wow. Look around the area a bit more. Right here, right? Okay. I was wondering what that thing was for. Alright, let's go take it to that green spot. We gotta hurry up, because I don't have much time. Wow, this is a nice area. I could definitely get to like living here. Oh, the banana you say. Silly me. Here you go. All of that for one banana. Which is definitely something you could say about... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I need Tiny Kong. No, actually, it won't let me get it unless I am Chunky Kong. This game can be utterly ridiculous at times. Because now I'm gonna need to find, more crystal coconuts to go back and get that. Jay, is the only way to get crystal coconuts in this game by, just finding them? Do you happen to know that? Didn't watch much of Ninja Turtles. That was what I watched. Oh, SWAT Cats. I probably don't have to ask this, but did anybody watch, DuckTales? I know that, string of words is probably a trigger for the intro theme. The show is a prime example of 90s badassness. Man, there's gotta be... I love seeing the chat fill up with references to the song. I should have just left her in the freaking... in there. Yes, Darkwing Duck. Alright, come on. Oh, thank God, she got stuck there. And it just gave me more crystal coconuts, so now I can go back. So that ended up actually being a worthwhile, distraction. God, I have to move him again. The design of this area is strange. Like, there should be a more visible barrel. But the only one here is that one right there. Not sure I understand the design philosophy behind that. Freakazoid? Yes, I remember that one. Unlocking memories here? Yeah, right? Remember, Static Shock and Jackie Chan Adventures? Alright, there we go. Jackie Chan Adventures was definitely a fave of mine. Yeah, it was so good. How about, does anybody remember Reboot? Well, I got that. Not really sure how to proceed without having the ability to deal with these moon symbols. Alright, actually let's stick with him if we're gonna keep going up the tree. Yeah, Reboot, freaking... I was thinking about that show the other day. Alright, not here. I need to find the one button that I got to take me back up to where I was. Which one was that again? Not 4, right? No. Not 1. That new YouTube series with the cat girl in the games. That's basically Reboot. Cat girl in the games. Cat girl in the games. Which one? God, this place is kind of... starting to, get me all turned around. Can I blow this up? Well, I would say that's enough proof that I can't. another show, or two shows actually, that I really liked. Still really like. Totally Spies and Martin Mystery. Adrian hitting with the, do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? Game over, game overs. Okay, I'll check that out. I will check that out. It sounds familiar. I think I might have scrolled past it. I'll definitely give it a look. Oh yes, Batman Beyond. Dandy, you just unlocked so many memories for me. I loved that show. I had quite a few Batman Beyond toys. God, I just... You know, I miss the aesthetics of the 90s and, like, early 2000s so much. What about the animated series? Of course, Jay. Yeah. Batman the Animated Series? Of course. Absolutely. It's very interesting how many people don't know that Harley Quinn came from there. I feel so hopelessly lost right now. Alright, let's just wander around a little bit. Let me go back here. And try to remember if that other button was around the base of this thing, or... the part that Barbara and Bruce got together. Code Lyoko is another fantastic show that if you haven't seen it, watch it. Such a good series. Fun fact, I heard that for Batman the Animated Series, they animated on black paper to save money on ink. Really? I did not know that. Okay, finally at least a new area. Alright, let's get this guy. Is there a way for me to switch my ammo types out? So I don't have to waste my homing shots on this freaking balloon. Alright, there we go. Alright, am I supposed to be making Chunky? Did not mean to do that. There we go. All right, perfect. I love reminiscing about all these wonderful cartoons with you guys, by the way. It makes me glad that you all have a similar appreciation for these things. Really got to figure out how to deal with these symbols. There was a very short-lived series on Nicktoons back in the day that was good, called 3 Delivery. That also had a really catchy song. That was really good. Actually had, fun fact, actually had, Johnny Young Bosch. Otherwise known as the voice of Ichigo Kurosaki or Vash the Stampede. He played one of the, one of the 3 siblings on that show. You met Johnny? Ballgame, that is so freaking cool. Way back in college? I'm not jealous. You have to go up to the clock and hit the moon button. Hold on. Let's see what we can do about that. Alright, let's get this first. Teetering turtle trouble. Keep the turtles spinning by feeding the snakes melons. Also played Orga and Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, which is where this model I'm building is from. So Small World. I started that series. I didn't get to finish it because of some circumstances that were going on at the time. I do want to go back and finish Iron-Blooded Orphans. I was at a con in Florida. I drove with friends all the way from South Carolina to Florida for our winter break, then drove from Florida to Texas. That's crazy. Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite voice actors by far. Yeah, funny enough, though, I've seen a lot of people who don't realize that Johnny was on Power Rangers. And the amount of prolific characters that he has played over the years is just staggering. Alright, let's go ahead and try this clock thing real quick. I know I got up here before. Gotta remember how I did it. Iron-Blooded Orphans is a tough watch at times. I actually stopped shortly into Season 2 because while the writing is on the wall if you pay attention. One voice actor I want to meet is a voice actor for Spike Spiegel. Yes, Stephen J. Blum. He is such a cool person. I definitely would love to meet him as well. So crazy that he is also, the voice of, Tom for Toonami. And also, again, so many prolific characters across so many different series. And he just has a wonderful voice. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure they're still together, so if not, this is awkward to say, and I apologize. But I'm pretty sure they're still together. He ended up marrying Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, who you will recognize as the singer for the many of the most prolific Silent Hill songs. Which is insane. Okay, how did I get up here before? Is it this? Ground pound the well. Hold on. Oh, it was this, right? Hold on, let me try ground pounding the well first, and then I'll go to the cannon. Did not know you could do that. I wouldn't have even thought to do that, so thank you, Jay. Squawk, just grab 50 coins and this golden banana is yours, Chunky. Use the stick to speed up, slow down, and lean left or right. Press A to jump. Watch out for the bell-activated gates and falling stuff in there. Have a good journey. Alright, this is definitely going to be Alright, this is going to be something I have to repeat for sure. Jesus Christ. I hate this. Visually, this looks really cool. Mechanically, I hate this. Oh my god. Alright, well, we gotta do it again. And it's needlessly long, too. Oh, and... Marike... Hendricks? I want to meet her, too. Who does she play? What are her famous character roles, Bolge? Ah, Revy in Black Lagoon. Okay. Yes, she does have a very memorable voice. Remember the levers? Okay, I do see how that is helpful. Alright, I need to lock in. Alright, jump. I don't know if I can still... God, the stupid TNT carts throw you off. And then these assholes swinging fucking clubs. Ugh. Can barely see. You get punished for going too fast. You get punished for going too slow. To be honest, I don't think a smaller Kong would even help in this instance. I think the hitbox would probably be the same. Ugh. Yeah, there are definitely some voice actors who have such instantly recognizable voices. Wendy Lee is one of those for me. I think she has a pretty great voice. Alright, yeah, go ahead. I just think because this one is taking up so much of the screen, you might be able to see better. Yeah, that is a good point, but I don't know if anybody else can break the, Jay, can anybody else break the whatchamacallit, the, grates for the well, aside from Chunky, or is he the only one? Because if he's the only one that can break it, then I can't, okay, no. Yeah, so I sadly can't use another Kong. Because I do agree with you, Dandy. That would definitely help a little bit in terms of visibility. But, unfortunately, this is another one of those things that I feel was not play-tested very well. Alright, let's just get to the end. I'm just gonna have to freaking let them fuck me up and try it again, because I'm not getting 50 coins at this rate. Wrinkly tells you about this one. Okay, at least we bypass those dumb rocks there. Still get hit by that asshole, because of course I do. And even when you jump, sometimes you just go through the bells, which is always fun. She says don't throw a coin in the well, throw Chunky instead. That's funny. Even when you lean to the side, those douchebags still hit you with the fucking club. Well, at least we made it to the end with 31. That's a little bit of an improvement. If only a slight one. Alright, we're gonna get to the end of this minigame, hopefully. And then I'll probably call it a stream for the evening. See, I'm pretty sure I hit that bell. God, I hate this so much. I don't know if I've ever played a game before that I like as much as I like Donkey Kong 64 that also has so many things I despise that I would change in a heartbeat if I could. It's such a weird feeling. Because don't get me wrong, this is by no means a bad game, it just feels very sloppy in places. Is there any way I can just restart? Okay, good. Like the minigames? Yeah. Yeah, it's the minigames like this that feel incredibly sloppy and untested. Alright, let's just restart again. Most of the main game feels fine, but there's like just little things here and there that just don't feel right when playing this game. Not enough to make it a bad game by any means, but it's a very uneven game. Which definitely feels odd for Rare. See, like, I know I hit that bell, but the hitbox says no, so it's no. And you have no way of seeing those fucking TNT carts coming. And here with these gates, it's just a trial and error thing where you have to eat shit the first time and then come back and do it again to know that they're gonna come down like that, which, fair enough, it is a platformer and there are elements like that. But, I don't know, everything about this segment, from the camera whipping around to there being no reliable way to deal with certain things. Just feels like shit, honestly. This is not a good segment. It's fun in the sense of, like, the philosophy behind it. It definitely has that roller coaster aspect to it that I can see that they want it to have. It's well designed in that regard. But, the controls and just everything else around it sucks really bad. Alright, so we can zoom through here. Hope and pray that it registers me ringing the bells there. I hate this segment here because it feels like you're just destined to lose stuff. No matter what you do. Alright, gotta pull back. Zoom forward, pull back. Zoom forward. Miss the bell even though you hit it. And then you can't even see in this part. Of course, there's also flames here. Why wouldn't there be flames? I could have gotten it that run if it wasn't for that one part with the stupid TNT carts is just so idiotically designed. So fucking dumb. You can't see them coming, then you also have the rocks, and then the lizards come through hitting you with bats too. It's like designed to fuck up your run specifically. And I got hit during a cutscene. Alright, here we go. It is so hard to even see that tree. Maybe not on you guys' end, but at least for me. It is absurdly dark there. I don't know if the Twitch feed or YouTube feed brightens it up a bit, but... Oh my god. Finally. Get me the fuck out of here, please. Well, yeah, if it doesn't have the ability to completely ruin your run, is it even fun? I think that was their philosophy behind that. But honestly, I'm just happy to be done with that minigame. That one was more fun in theory than it was in practice. By a long shot. Hashtag massive sarcasm. Alright, I just want to see if I can actually change the... Yeah, because I tried before to punch these and it didn't do anything. Yeah. Okay, how do I do that? Do I need a different Kong, maybe? You shoot them? I did shoot it before. I guess maybe I was a pixel off. But thank you, Jay. Alright. There was an area around here, right, that was locked with a moon door, I think? One of these tunnels, if I recall. Now they're skeletons. I do like the aesthetic changes. This reminds me of, the Stalfoss and Style Children and, Ocarina of Time. Alright, well I can see how things have changed, so... Can probably explore the, explore the inside of the, tree now. And get into those doors. This was a place we couldn't get into during the day. I think this is the door I was thinking of. Or gate, rather. Let's take a short peek around here, and then we'll... What just hit me? Is it the plants? Yes, it is. Can I not hit the button? No, it will not let me. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm glad they put one of these here. I presume that they realized people would, get quite hurt running around in this area. You need Strong Kong? Got it. Luckily, there is a barrel right here. Hold on. This guy has yellow hair, so we need to fight him with Donkey Kong. There we go. What is that balloon? Tiny Kong? Oh no, actually, you know what? At least for this thing right here, I think I need to jump into that barrel as Donkey Kong. I did not even see that. Then I guess we probably need to switch. You do that real quick. Then we will find somebody to raid. Ah, got it, okay. That makes sense, I misinterpreted that. There we go. What do we have in here? One of these guys for starters. Actually, let me get those. Forgot we just used up some. Now climb up here. I still have no idea how to deal with these. I think I just found out how. I like how it tells me I didn't capture her when she's right there in the photo. That is hilarious. Is that everything in here? No. Of course there's a timer. Alright, let's... Did not notice that there was coins in the thing there. Oh god, more mine carts. Avoid the TNT carts. Alright, hold on. The controls here mess me up. There we go. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. The way that the controls keep reversing keeps messing me up so bad. Alright. Let's just call it done. Hey, welcome in, Augustine. I am, unfortunately, about to end stream, but I am glad that you got to pop in and say hi, at least, before I do so. Alright, I think that should be everything from in here. Now we can go. How was stream? It was actually really fun. We had a lot of great conversations, and you know, let me do something real quick. Yeah, we had a lot of great conversations. And I made a lot of progress in this game. So it was pretty great on both ends. If the camera would like to cooperate, that would be wonderful. Okay. That works. It was great. We talked about old shows. Adrian lost his mind. Yeah, it's not a Donkey Kong 64 stream if there isn't at least one mini game that drives me a little crazy. Just a random slot there for Lanky. Alright. Well, we will go ahead and save that. And let's go back to the office and prepare to find somebody to raid. Alrighty. Yes, thank you all for joining me today. This was a lot of fun. It's been great to be back after the unnecessary break with all the stuff that's been going on. It was really nice to be able to do this more frequently. With that being said, tomorrow is kind of up in the air. Because I do have something I need to do. That might end up taking up some time going into the later evening, but we'll see. Hopefully it's done before then, but I'm not gonna know until I'm actually doing it. But either way, we will see. If everything works out, I would like to be back tomorrow. We'll see how it all plays out. I'm also still working on the model reveal. I'm gonna try to actually do some work on the thing that goes with it after I sign off. We'll see how fast I'm able to get that done, because right now I'm aiming for Friday or Saturday for a model reveal date, but I will keep all of you informed via the Discord server. So we will see. But yes, let's see who is live right now. Oh, hey, Lilith. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hold on, let me give you a shout out. How did your stream go? Welcome in, raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Adrian Hallowell. I am a Cursed Witch VTuber. And I was just playing Donkey Kong 64. It was good. What'd you get up to? Night in the Woods. I've heard a lot of great things about that game. I've never played it. How are you feeling about it? Also, I saw recently that you were playing Life is Strange. I love that game. What were your thoughts on it, by the way? Hey, welcome in, Taxlord. And raiders, if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. Please do your post-stream self-care needs. If you have to go get something to eat or go to sleep, or just go relax. That's more than fine. We're actually wrapping up stream here too, so I'm gonna act as more of a conduit for you on a path to another great streamer. But I do appreciate all of you dropping by and for the raid. Life is Strange is so good it made me cry. I know, it's such a great game. What ending did you choose? If you don't want to spoil anything, you can frame it this way. Did you choose the character or did you choose the location, if you know what I mean? I'm very, very curious to hear what you chose. You love the character, so yeah. When I played, I chose the character as well. Right? I remember reading so many people that were like, "How could you choose that?" And I was like, "Well, that's a very easy choice for me." It was a very easy choice. Yes, Bay over Bay. Hell yeah. There was absolutely no thinking on that one for me. It was just a very easy decision. Yeah, Life is Strange is such a good game. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad you had a good time with Night in the Woods. It does seem like a pretty cute game. Wait, what's wrong, Volgay? Why the shifty eyes? Yeah, Lilith, thank you so much for the raid. It is an honor to be raided by you. Everybody, if you don't follow Lilithua, please go raid her. She is one of the funniest people I've ever met in my entire life. She's also a highly entertaining streamer. Really, really good. You cannot go wrong with any of her streams. And I definitely recommend that you give her a follow. Fun fact, I think Lilith is actually... Lilith might be the first person I actually followed on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was her first and then Mari, I think. Yeah, I've been watching her for a long time. Her Resident Evil Remake streams were the first ones that I started watching, and they were such a blast. Some of the funniest moments I've ever seen on a stream before. So yes, please do give her a follow if you don't already. And thank you so much for the raid, Lilith. I do really appreciate that. And I do hope that you, if you haven't eaten and stuff, I hope you go grab something good to eat after you get off. The people want to know, Bolgay, did you choose the bay instead of our bay? Follow, thank you, Dandy. Again, I know I always say it, but once again, thank you all for always being so supportive of the friends of the channel. That means so much. You guys are all cool as hell. Never played it. I do recommend it. It's a great game. And trust me, even kind of getting a little bit of like light spoilers from the way we're talking about it, does not take away from the experience, because the context for it is so lost without actually understanding the story. It makes no sense. It is a wonderful experience that I do recommend you guys play, if you haven't. Still nothing else like it, even though there's other Life is Strange games. None of them are like the first. But yes, we are going to Hold on, wait a minute. I know who we're gonna raid, but they might be away briefly. Yeah, right now they're on a break. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna yap until they come back. Once they're back, we'll raid into them. So you guys get a little bit more time here with me. Hopefully that's okay with you all. I had to drop it after the fight between her and her stepdad. Shit was way too real for me. Understandable. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, Life is Strange gets, it's the kind of game that I can definitely see having very triggering, moments in it. Because it does get very, very real. It is a fantastic game, though. And the kind of game that the industry really needed at the time that it came out. Alright, our raid target is back. Alright. Let's not waste any time then. Let's go ahead and, let's raid right into him and, surprise him right off the break. Actually, Adrian, I have a friend that's writing a story. He handed me the epilogue, and I believe and wanted to know what I think. If you're okay and he's okay with it, I can send it to you and see what you think. Yeah, that's fine with me. I'd be fine to check it out and give your friend my opinion. So as long as you clear it with them, prologue, yeah, no, that's fine. As long as you clear it with them, by all means, you can send it my way. And I will be happy to give you my opinion. Wait a minute, did they go back on break? Okay, no. That's just the Twitch mobile app being incompetent again. Alright, we're good to go. We're gonna be raiding into the one and only Simon Novak. And raiders, if you're still with me, I definitely recommend giving Simon a follow. He is a fantastic streamer, one of my absolute favorites. Really, really cool laid-back guy. Cannot go wrong with any of Simon's streams. So if you're joining us for the raid, this is going to be our raid message. Hold on. I definitely need a dedicated raid emote. But that's our raid message, so if you'd like to come along and say hi to Simon Novak, there's a message. If you'll be departing at this point, well, thank you for being here with us. Please take care of yourselves. And I do really appreciate everybody who came in. If you'd like to see more of my streams, I try to stream almost every day. So please go ahead and drop a follow, and I'd love to see more of you more often. But in any case, I'm going to be playing things by ear. I might be back tomorrow. I should be back tomorrow, I hope. But if not, I'll keep you all in the loop on the server. And yeah, take care of yourselves, everybody. Have a great rest of your evening. And until next time, stay spellbound.